Good afternoon, Madam Asiat.
Hi, good afternoon.
How market now?
Madam Omoboladia Market.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Hello, hello, I can hear you. Hello. Okay. All right. Hello, Madam Asiat, are you there? I have to talk to in class
Yeah,
today.
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you guys.
All right. Okay, so I think we've waited enough now. At least we've given people about almost 10 minutes of waiting. All right. Okay. So, Madam Asiat, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Mama Bolade, Dr. Saka, welcome, everybody. Um, so, Madam Asiat, as usual, our normal practice. Tell us one thing you took out of the last class.
Waiting the class.
Out of the last class, yes. Yeah, quickly.
I've forgotten, I beg.
No, that's not an answer. You said you forgot it. Why did you forget?
Okay.
You knew we would
Oh,
ask you about it this past time. Just tell us one thing you took out of the last class. We discussed many things last class now. Just remind us of any one of them that you feel that, yes, that was a solid point for you.
okay.
Hello.
We talked about how to build a team.
Okay. What about it? Just tell us one thing. Tell us one particular thing and tell us a little about it. Kai, Madam Asiat. No, it's not you. Okay. Anyway, no problem. Thank you very much. Madam Momo Bolade, are you with us? Or you are watching network news? Hello, Madam Momo Bolade, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Madam Momo Bolade.
Hello.
Afana.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm
So fine, thank you. Talk about resource management plan.
What about it?
As the document that helps you to identify all of the activities that you need to execute your projects. Identify your resources and how to acquire, monitor, and control them.
Hello, Madam Asiat. I'm sorry, Madam Mobalade.
Yes, please.
Can't hear you. You said
I said
management plan
resource.
helps to identify what?
How to identify your resources and how to acquire, allocate, monitor, and control them. Yes.
Okay. Under what did you discuss that? Under what did you discuss that?
Resource
As
management.
in, what task or topic were we discussing when we came across the resource management plan?
Talking about project resource management.
Resource management. Okay. All right. Okay, so Madam Olade, of course you would agree with me that we've discussed quite a number of tasks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which of the tasks that you have discussed do you remember?
Empower teams.
Okay. Okay.
Training, empower training and empowering teams.
Yes. Okay, that one do you remember?
Talk about that's what I can remember now.
Okay. Madam Asiat mentioned one earlier. What was it? She mentioned one when she was talking.
I didn't hear it.
Madam Asiat, do you mind reminding us about some of the tasks or topics we have discussed? Hello, Madam Asiat, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I mentioned how to build a team, how to source for your team, and all that.
Also, your team and all that. Interesting.
Yeah, how to define team
Okay,
ground
so
rules.
okay, okay, yes, yes, you're on track, you're on track, you're on track.
How to train
Move on.
team members. How
Okay.
to train them and the stakeholders.
Okay.
And how to, I don't know, maybe I should use my own words, evaluate your environment by keeping the social factors and religious differences in mind, things like that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Madam Omobalade, are you there?
Yes, please.
Do you mind opening your manual? I believe by now your manual should be open. Is that assumption correct?
Yes, please. 1 minute, please.
Okay. Okay, Victor, how far? Hello, Mr. Victor.
Well done, sir.
How market now?
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Which country are you?
Just back to Nigeria, sir.
Oh my God, you guys, welcome back.
Thank you so much, sir.
Why are you late?
I was having a nap.
Why are you late? You came late.
I stepped off, having a nap. Yes. Thank you,
Okay,
man.
so yeah, let's have a quick KLP from you. Tell us one quick thing you took out of the last class.
Last class was on a Sunday.
Mr. Victor, we are listening to you.
I'm just getting myself together. I was sleeping before. How was I with it? Last class we spoke about different areas of project management, some of the topics, and we used our manual. We worked on the latest manual about people, the environment, and the projects. So one of the places we checked is some stages of team development. And I say we work on the stages of team development, and we're looking at trying to balance what with some of the things with. I've already opened my manual, and I'm trying to just. I think I'll let it pass. I think I'm saying my words are not coherent right now.
Okay.
I'm not to open my manual and get myself really in class.
Okay. Madam Obolade, are you with us now? Hello, Madam Obolade. Hello, Madam Obolade, you are muted. Madam Omobolade, are you with us?
Hello.
Hello, ma.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
You asked for some time. Open the manual. Has that been done?
Yes. I'm here. Yes.
Okay. So, based on what you can see in the manual, which topics do you think we discussed last week? Or which topics did we discuss last week? Maybe that's it. Hanging out question.
Creating a high performing team.
Okay. So is that the topic?
Discuss several topics. Build a team, defining team brand rules, power team members and stakeholders,
Okay.
train team members and stakeholders, engage and support virtual teams,
Okay.
build shared understanding about a project.
Okay. So by what you have just said now, it means that last week we actually did all the 7 tasks under that lesson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Victor, is that correct? Did you do all the 7 lessons? Did you do all the 7 topics under the first lesson? Hello, Mr. Victor.
Yes, I'm here.
I said, what topics did you do last week?
What?
What topics did you do last week?
We use our students' manual now, and we're trying to look at some tools and techniques in team development. How to evaluate team performance. So we used all these. And we spoke about how to. We're linking up. We link some of the topics together with Agile. Then
the question I asked, I said, where did we stop last week? Which topic did we discuss last?
I think I must. Last week, I'm trying to put my student manual.
Okay. Anyway, Madam Obolade, do you have your table of contents of your student manual open?
Yes.
Okay. So last week we actually stopped at topic E. What's topic E of lesson 1, Madam Obolade?
Train team members and stakeholders.
train team members and stakeholders. So that's where we stopped. So today we're supposed to continue from engage and support virtual teams. Now, Bolade, are you at work? Okay. All right. So thank you very much. I welcome you all once. The
I welcome you all once again to today's class. We'll be starting off from where we stopped last week, which is engage and support virtual. Engage and support virtual team. So, Madam Omobola, do you mind opening up your manual, going to the section of that topic, and reading out the enablers there to us? Quickly, please. Madam Obolade, are you with us?
Yes, please. I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Examine virtual team member needs.
Examine virtual team member needs. Okay.
Investigate alternatives for virtual team member needs.
Investigate alternatives for virtual team member needs.
Implement options for virtual team member needs. Continually evaluate.
Implement options for virtual team engagement. Yes. And the last one is what?
Continually evaluate the effectiveness of virtual team member needs.
Continually evaluate the effectiveness of virtual team engagement. Thank you.
Can you mute yourself, please? The person that is.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Obolade. It seems like there's some noise from the side there. Okay. Okay, beautiful. So those are the four enablers that we have under this topic. Okay. Examine virtual team members. Don't forget the topic itself is engage and support virtual team members. Just like we are doing here. We're trying to engage and support every one of you, all the virtual team members. Okay. So when we want to do that, the enablers we have here are saying you first of all need to evaluate the team needs, the virtual team member needs. What do they need? For example, while we are in class, what will be the need of everybody? Okay, they need to see slides. Okay, they need to have access to this. They need to be able to do this. You know. So then, other than that, resources that they need to be able to make them be present in the virtual meeting. So you need to investigate alternatives for virtual team member engagement. It was a set of evaluation that came to the decision to use Zoom for this class. It's not like Zoom is the only one. Based on some other considerations, other kinds of platforms might have been preferred. So different platforms will be preferable based on the contextual need of the team. Based on the contextual need of the team. So once you have investigated the alternatives, the one that you now decide to be the best, of course, you go ahead and implement that option for the team. And one very important point here is that the fact that you have agreed on this is what you want to do, it is also important that you continuously evaluate the effectiveness. You continuously evaluate the effectiveness because I'm sure you agree with me that virtual teams virtual collaboration, virtual everything is usually very, very, what's the word? Challenging. It comes with its own challenges. It comes with challenges of concentration, challenges of focus, challenges of, of communication, challenges of whatever. So you need to continuously evaluate the effectiveness. And of course, any gap that you identify, you put strategies in place to plug the gaps. All right, so let's jump right in. Let's jump right into the slides for this. Okay, so here they're saying part of the tools when you want to engage and support virtual teams. Of course, definitely, you can't be talking of engaging and supporting virtual teams without making use of communication, without making use of a communication plan. We'll discuss what we mean by a communication plan. Then variance analysis. Variance analysis comes in. What's the meaning of variance? Variance generally means a check of the ideal, that is what was planned, against the reality, that is what was seen when you were doing the work. So variance analysis is a very, very useful tool when you are trying to evaluate effectiveness of something. You now try to, as you are doing it, you keep track of information data. Remember, work performance data that we discussed last week. And then you compare that with the reality that you see as you're actually carrying out the work. So that's what forms your variance. So PM powers, yeah, we'll come to discuss that. So deliverables here, you have collaborative technology. That is, as a result of determining what do you want to be able to, what do you want to use, remember the part of the enablers we discussed, that we need to do some analysis to see what's the best platform, what's the best method to be able to carry out our virtual team engagement. So you come up with some form of, and it decided upon collaboration technology. Then engagement assessment, as part of continually assessing what you have done, continually assessing the engagement, or continually assessing what communication and all what you are doing as part of the virtual team engagement. You have what we call engagement assessment, just like an assessment of, are people following, are people understanding, are people, like that. And then you have your project or resource calendar. Yeah, so let's discuss this first. What do we mean when we say collaboration technology? At least Zoom is an example of collaboration technology. It enables teams to plan, collaborate, and communicate, just as we are doing right now. It's not a substitute for team planning activities. It is not a substitute for team planning activities. We had the number of, remember that the technology itself is not, it enhances, is a tool that you would use to be able to carry out all of these things. It's not like it's the work. The technology is not the work. It's something that facilitates work. So you should consider transparency requirements when selecting collaboration technology. What this means is, as much as possible, you should try to use systems that can enable you, have some good idea what's on. For example, right now, as I'm having this class, I can see a list of those who are in class. I know who is muted. I know who is not muted. I know who has left. I know who has not left. I know somebody trying to send a chat with me. Some form of having an idea what's going on, and not just a black box of somebody sitting in front of a PC or a phone talking to a screen and not even having an idea of what is going on at all. So collaboration tools might include shared task board. So when you say shared task board, an example of shared task board is I'm trying to remember one. What's the name of this Asana. Oh God, Asana, and forgetting the name of that tool. Anyway, so a shared task board is just like a Kanban board, and for example, a board in which you can actually see people's activities, people's status report, and all of that. So they said this actually goes a long way in boosting visibility because across board you can see the status of everybody in relation to the tasks they are handling. So message and chat boards, just like WhatsApp, kind of, you know, any virtual collaboration system that enables you to exchange messages either in real time or not. So when you say chatbot, you probably mean real time. So knowledge repositories. This is a very important one. You realize that a lot of times you have virtual teams that would have like a Google Drive, like documents repository.
People drop their thoughts, people drop um, different things that they're working on, documentation, reports. So these things also help a lot in helping you manage virtual teams. Just like you know that when you are together physically in an office, it's easy for Mr. Victor to walk up to Madam Omoboladi's table to say, okay, this is the report you're asking for. And then if you need the report that was submitted 2 weeks ago, you can easily look it up in a particular cabinet or something. So when you are having virtual collaboration, it makes a lot of sense that you try to use some of all these online tools to simulate that level of access. So that way, it is easy for you to be able to have like a central document repository through which you'd be able to share documents, share knowledge, and collaborate. What's happening today? Most people are not in class. Dr. Saka just dropped off. Well, some minutes ago. Mr. Victor is going in and out. Madam Omobolade, how far with Dr. Saka?
Sorry, he's in a meeting with HC.
Oh. Are you at work too?
Yes, I'm at work too.
No, Wala. Keep pushing. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Omobolade.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So video conferencing tool. When you say video conferencing tool, what we mean here is essentially what we're doing. I'm sure if you turn on a video, you can see me right now. If you turn on your video, you probably can see, we'll probably be able to see you too. So that's just what this does. That's just part of what we call our collaboration technology. Okay, so virtual team member needs. Virtual team member needs. So the core is you want to facilitate and ensure collaboration. That's the highest priority. What do they need to be able to facilitate and ensure collaboration? So to be able to function as a member of a virtual team, there needs to be shared goals. For example, we can't all be in class and we have different goals. Somebody is here to listen, another person is here to another person is here to, I don't know, look busy or something, you know. So in this class is to, you know, absorb as much knowledge as possible towards being able to blast the PMP exam. That's a shared goal. So anytime you're in a meeting, there should be a shared goal that brings everybody together, you know, and there should be a clear purpose, and then clarity on the role and expectation. That's a very important point. Because no matter how much you try, it's very key that everybody understands what they want to do and where and when. What's your role? For example, imagine everybody just coming together, no teacher, no facilitator, they just come. And you know, it's just everybody just does anything. You wouldn't be able to get the best out of such an engagement. And that's the reason why you want to ensure that they will have clarity on rules and expectations. Okay, so virtual team member engagement. Engagement of teams. This is very important. Madam Asia, do you mind reading this slide to us, please? Hello, Madam Asiat.
Yeah. Okay, virtual team
Yes, I'm with you.
member engagements. Manage engagement by focusing on 1, team dynamics, transparency, accountability, attention to effective communication. Use video conferencing tools to facilitate active participation and the ability to access body language and tone. Enable visibility of work and work status with tools, e.g. Kanban style boards.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You see, the content of this slide here is extremely key. Madam Mobolade, are you there? I know
Yes.
you are busy. Oh, sorry. Can I keep
Yes.
can I keep asking questions?
Yes, yes.
What you see on this slide explains my kind of style in class. It's not just enough to say you are teaching, especially when it is in a virtual kind. It's very key of some soft of what's going on. The hard aspect is that you want to pay attention to what is talking or who's not loud. And as much as possible, transparent. Seeing this, you can have an idea of what's going on. And then activity. Just come and listen. Who was listening? You should go to YouTube.
Hello? Hello? I can't hear you again. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello? I didn't know I was out. Hello? Madam Ambolade, can you hear me now?
Yes. I can hear you, please.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Let me share my screen now. You know what happened. It just went off.
Okay, so I think I was explaining this important principle here, saying that when you are, especially when you are dealing with, especially when you are dealing with virtual teams, you want to ensure you pay close attention to team dynamics. It is very easy for your virtual teams to degenerate style um, into a television style communication. What I mean by television style communication is that somebody somewhere is talking, everybody is listening, and that's just the end. Everything just goes on like you're watching video. It shouldn't be that. That's the reason why you need to pay a lot of attention to use as much of technology as possible to facilitate active participation. That's why you see me calling you and calling you and calling you. Because we want to be sure you are there. We want to be sure you are following. We want to be sure you are listening. This is very, very key. Okay? So, and then you also want to assess body language and tone. These are very important points here. So the question is, how do you assess body language while as in a virtual team? Can you actually assess body language in virtual team? Mr. Victor, I want to hear your opinion on that. How would you be able to assess body language in a virtual
Well, I think one of the best ways to assess somebody's body language is to engage in this kind of by answering questions. You can't, if it's not on video, you can't see the facial expression of the person. But
right.
if it's not, if it's just audio, then you need to engage in active listening and perceptive conversation. Like, okay, do you think that this is right? And if he responds, okay, are you saying that this is correct? So you want to be sure that the person is tagging along with the ideas that you are discussing. But it's going to be difficult if you're not on video, except if it's on video that you can notice the rapt attention the person is giving to the old stuff.
Okay. Makes sense. 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 All right. Thank you very, very much. That's a very important one. And then, enable visibility of work and work status with tools. Oh God, what's this thing that looks like Asana? Oh, Asana. Trello. Yes, that's what I'm trying to remember. Trello. Mr. Victor, is that Trello?
Sorry? What do you say?
Trello. Do you use Trello? Trello. Do you know Trello?
No. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, you should know Trello. Trello is a very, very important stuff. Okay, Madam Asiat, are you there? Can you Google Trello right now as we talk, as we speak now?
Okay.
Google Trello.
Trello, right?
Trello. So all the while, when you are hearing Kanban board,
I'm here. I've Googled it.
Beautiful. So all the while, when you are hearing Kanban board. So Trello is one interesting solution that can give you a Kanban board, out of the box. Out of the box. Trying to show something. Okay. I'm coming on. Okay. Can you see my screen now, Madam Asiat?
Yes, I can see it.
Hello, Madam Asiat. Yes. This is an example.
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, beautiful. This is an example of what we've been saying. When we say Kanban board, this is an example of a Kanban board. As I described the Kanban board to us last week, you have different columns and you have cards. So each of those columns are meant to show different stages or statuses of whatever you are working on. Like in this place now, you can see done. You can see the column of done. You can see the column of current sprint. You can see the column of in progress. You can see the column of on hold. You can see the column of next up. So all those things you have under those columns, they are cards. So you are moving the card from point to point to signify the status of the task. So for example, under in progress, you can see something called Android app new landing page. It is in progress. So once they complete it, they move it from there. It's drag and drop. They move it from there, move it to done. So this is an example of a system that can beautifully be used, to complement your virtual team engagement, to complement your virtual team engagement. Okay. All right. So communication, effective communication is the key to successful teams. Of course, if you don't communicate, then you are not a team. What makes you a team is the fact that you have a group of people coming together with some shared goals towards, shared goals and aspirations. So if you don't communicate, how do you have shared goals? How do you move towards your goals? So part of communication is having clear communication expectation. When we say communication expectation, what do we mean? Part of communication expectation is that you want to know when class will start. Part of communication expectation is that you want to know when your deadline for submission of assignment is. Part of communication expectation is you want to know when you want it to be marked. You want to know when, you want to know,
when some reports are due. You want to know, all of these things are very, very, very important. They are very, very important. So remember we discussed the concept of a team charter. So these and many more are the kind of things that you put in your team charter. So use retrospectives. Mr. Victor, can you remind us of what we mean by retrospectives? Quickly, please.
Yeah, retrospective is a meeting that is always had after we are done. I think this is a general meeting by the all stakeholders, the team members, and everyone. After we are done with our work, to do whatever, to review what has been done. It's different from the Scrum meeting in a way. So this one is to go through what has been done.
What is Scrum meeting? What do you mean?
I say it's different from the Scrum meeting. This stand review that they do, this daily stand-up meeting, and it's different from the also Scrum this thing that does just the general review. But this one is to look at what has been done, the lesson learned, and everything.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's correct, actually. So your retrospective is, they call them agile ceremonies. It's part of the agile ceremonies. This one comes at the end of the sprint. What do you do here? You discuss what worked, what did not work, what did you learn, what is happening, what are the good things, what are the bad things, what did they are different from sprint review. That was the mistake made, Mr. Victor. We need to compare it with sprint review meeting. The sprint review meeting comes up it also comes up at the end of the sprint, but this time that one is about the results, the product, the what what you have produced, what I have done. You want to show it to your stakeholders, show it to your product owner, show it to everybody, and get feedback. That's different from that's what we call demo day, if you remember. That one is different from the retrospective, in which it's largely team members sitting together to say what have we done well, what have we not done too well. So use retrospectives to learn ways to improve collaboration. So it is in your retrospective meeting that you now say, okay, what did you do well? How do we improve collaboration? How do we improve the quality of our communication? And then you can use some of these visibility tools to help you, move ahead better. So engagement assessment. Use engagement assessment matrix. Compares current and desired stakeholder engagement levels. That's interesting. Remember, we talked about engagement assessment. It is very, very important that you periodically do like a review to see who is following, who is not following. Are they understanding? Are things working out well? Are people, are they being engaged? Are they listening? And many more things like that. So, the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. That's a very important tool that you can use to, okay, we don't have it shown here. Okay, okay, I'm coming. I'm trying to see if I can get you an example of how the matrix looks like. Okay, I'm coming. Take the assessment matrix, yes. Okay, beautiful. Let's see the example. Madam Marcia, can you see my screen? Hello, Madam
Yes.
Marcia, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Beautiful. So what you can see here is an example of the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. You want to use this to assess, just like the RASI chart. If you remember the RASI chart when we discussed it earlier. So this one now, you have 5 categories. A stakeholder can either be unaware or can be resistant or can be neutral or can be supportive or can be leading. Can be supportive or can be leading. So you now do this assessment matrix to say, okay, where is that stakeholder at the moment, and what level of engagement do you want that stakeholder to have? Madam Asiat, do you see C and D? What does C mean, Madam Asiat?
C. C is neutral.
C. What does C mean?
Current engagement. Current engagement.
Dinko,
Desired engagement.
desired engagement. What's the difference between the two of them?
So current engagement is the status of the stakeholders' engagement, while the desired one engagement is what we expect where or how we expect the stakeholder to be engaged.
Okay. So why would you regard it as important for us to find out the difference between the current engagement level and the desired engagement level? Why do you think it's important to ask that question and find out about it?
Why it's important that we know the difference between the two, right?
Yes.
Can you repeat? Okay.
I said, why do you think it is important to track what we regard as the current level of engagement and the desired level of engagement? Why do we want to know the difference?
So we'll be able to know how involved the stakeholder is, if they are really being carried along, and If there's anything to work on, we detect that on time and work on it.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah,
important
thank
to
you very
know
much for
who
that.
involved the stakeholder is.
Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, you'd agree with me now that the discussion you just had now, part of confirming that you are on track and finding out if you are not on track in terms of engaging people in a virtual team is that you want to do an engagement assessment. You want to assess the level of engagement. How well are you engaging your stakeholders? So in this case now, we are talking about how well are you engaging the people in class. So, for example, yeah, I'm going to do this little assignment. Okay, so stakeholder one here is Madam Asiat. Stakeholder two here is Madam Omobolade. Stakeholder three here is Mr. Victor. So, Madam Asiat, what is your desired level? What do you think I would want your desired level of engagement to be? Unaware, resistance, neutral, supportive, and leading. Which one do you think I would want?
Supportive.
You say what?
Supportive.
Supportive. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh yeah, mark yourself. Oh yeah, so what's your current level of engagement? Where will you put yourself?
I'm supportive.
Okay, yeah. So what's your desire? What's the desired level of engagement? What is desired and what's your current?
The desired is what's leading?
Leading is a step ahead of supporting. Leading means you're actually championing, you're actually
That
fullest
is
level of involvement.
that is where I am now. And that is the
Interesting.
desired engagement.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Interesting, interesting. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. But the most important thing is for us to understand how this matrix is being charted, because at the end of the day, when you're managing your project, sometimes you need to have an overview of what's going on the team. Are people engaged the right way? So you can use that as one of the tools to be able to carry this out. All right. So communication.
Can we find
Everybody's
out
saying communication. There should be a communication. Can you do what?
Can you find that
Can you
chart
do what?
on Trello? Can you find that kind of chart on Trello?
I'm not. I don't know. I'm not aware. It's something you. It's not. It's something you just draw with a table.
Yeah,
It's not like
I can draw. Yeah, I
just
can
draw it up.
even use Excel to do it. Yeah.
You can use Excel exactly. That's something you use with Trello. List out your stakeholders on the left, and then on top put those 5 categories. I hope you have noted those 5 categories down. You have
No, I didn't.
there's neutral there.
And
Down.
sorry.
Unaware, resistant, neutral.
Okay, just give me 1 second to note it down. Then that brings me to one question I have been meaning to ask you. The slides you use, can we have access to that?
No, you can't.
I just gave it a try. It's okay. Thank you. I'm still copying it. Just 1 more minute. Okay, thank you.
don't need it.
What?
So
Obolade, are you also here? This is a very interesting tool. You could need them anytime. Mr. Victor, are you with us? This one that your internet is going on and off today. Hello, Mr. Victor. Madam Obolade, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
You've been silent now. You know, that's you are
Oh, sorry, there's noise in my background and activities in my background, so I'm not able to.
But it's quiet now. We can't hear noise anymore.
Okay, I'm here.
but did you listen to the discussion around this engagement assessment?
Did you listen to the discussion around stakeholder engagement assessment matrix?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's just move. So we're talking about the communications plan. In the old syllabus, we used to call this communications management plan. Madam Abolade, have you got into communications management plan, communications management in the old videos you are watching?
No, I've not.
Okay. 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 No, let's move on. So communications plan. Create the initial team communications plan. What are those things you want to put in a plan? The whole idea of plan is that you want to try as much as possible to have an idea of how you want to carry things out, even before you carry things out. So that's the whole idea of a plan. So as you're going to work on a project, if you are working with the predictive style of project management, you want to have a plan before you do everything you want to do. You want to have a full plan for the whole project. But if you are working with the agile, you want to just plan for one step ahead. You don't necessarily need to have a solid plan, a detailed plan for the whole journey. You want to have the plan for the next step ahead. You want to have details of the next step ahead. That's what you want to have, written out. So, one of those things you want to put in your communications plan. You want to have information about. You want to have information about team meeting times. You want to have information about tools to track work status. You want to have information about frequency of work status updates. How often are you sending reports? How are you sending your reports? Who are you sending reports to? You want to have information about shared team hours and preferred communication approaches. In some teams, WhatsApp is adopted as a means of communication. In some teams, no, they don't allow WhatsApp. It's email. All formal communication should be done via email. Some other teams, they might have some other platforms. So it's key that you have a good understanding of what works for you in relation to your project. So encourage the team to adopt its own practices.
Iterative improvements to communication approaches. Encourage the team to adopt its own practices. So what this means essentially is that you don't lord over them in terms of what should work. It is best to have some form of discussion to decide on what works. For example, you cannot be in a system whereby most people do not have access to some advanced devices that can make them use some of all these apps. And yet you want to insist that no, the apps are the only ways in which you want to communicate. It wouldn't work. And that's the reason why they're saying that it is key that you allow
To guide on decision around how they want to communicate. So you should aim for effective collaboration and broad, accurate visibility across stakeholders. All right. Hello, Mr. Victor. Are you there? Is Mr. Victor there? All right. Okay. Madam Abolade, do you mind reading this slide to us, please?
Yes, please. Implement options for virtual team member engagement. Focus on collaboration and team norms before focusing on tools. Recognize that team formation in a virtual environment is difficult, so reinforce the team's mutual commitment, achievements, and opportunities. Virtual teams require a significant amount of feedback and reinforcement of team goals and objectives. Provide opportunities for members of the virtual team to meet in person, to build relationships that nurture their shared commitment to project goals.
Project goals. Beautiful. Beautiful. If you don't mind, do you mind explaining that item number one? I want you to explain it to us, please.
Hello, Mr. Ibrahim. Hello, Samuel. Um,
Are you there, Madam Obalade?
Yes, please. Yes.
Said you should explain point number one here. Do you mind?
Yes.
from NCDC.
I think before building your tools that you need to work with your team members virtually, you should focus on how you want the team to bond and the ground rules that this team will operate by.
You shared with me the things you said we should do. We have done that, it's still not working. So I think I suggest you just zip the file you have.
Okay. Focus on collaboration and team norms before focusing on tools. Beautiful. All right. Uh, Calendar tools. What do we mean by calendar tools? Shared calendars help virtual teams plan meetings, co- coordinate feedback, and improve visibility to goals and activity status. So when you say time boxing just means that having some clear cut start and end time for whatever you want to do. It improves focus. It's not just having open-ended meetings. It encourages teams to set clear agendas and objectives, and it helps keep the work on track. Variance analysis. I gave a pretty basic explanation of variance. But I'm asking, what do we say variance? What's the meaning? Variance. Hello, Madam Asiat, are you there? Hello, Madam Asiat, are you with us? Hey, check. Madam Obolade, it seems like now only you are come.
Maybe it's our network.
Eh, you. Should I just continue talking like this? Knowing fully well that most people are not following. Chai. This is part of the engagement assessment he said we should be doing. This now I know she's not following. I've been calling Mr. Victor Ateko. It's probably gone or something. Chai. Anyway, let's just proceed because of those who would watch the videos so that we don't put too much of slack time inside it. So I explained the concept of variance earlier. I said variance essentially is um, a comparison between the reality and what is desired. So or let's say the reality and the plan. So um, when you do variance analysis on a project, you're trying to have an understanding of how did we plan things to go, and how have they gone? In the plan, what did we say we will do? In reality, what did we do? So that analysis of comparing the two of them is what is called variance analysis. So as the team, as you are working, you want to be doing variance analysis. Why do you want to do this? Essentially, you want to check out, okay, how accurate are the estimates of the team? At the beginning of the project, you have come up with some plans to say these are the estimates of what we will use, these are the estimates of how, these are the estimates of different things. So by the time you now do it in real life, I actually carry it out. You want to compare the reality with what you planned, because you want to use that to get smarter about how to estimate. If your estimate came out to be perfect, then good, you know that you're estimating well. And then, but if the reality is so far from the plan, then you know that it means that it can't work. You have not been able to estimate properly, and then improve your estimation system or estimation, intuition. So delivery in a sprint or by an established milestone. As team as the team works, you produce variance analysis. So you want to look at what you have delivered in terms of the results. What have you delivered in your sprint compared to what you said you will deliver in your sprint during your sprint planning? At the beginning of every sprint, you want to say, okay, this is what we will do. And then at the end of the sprint, you want to do a review. Did we do what we said we will do? So that's a part of variance analysis. Then team performance against targets. Your team definitely, they will have had some targets. Just like they will tell you, they say they have people, they give them some targets to bring in customer, to bring in X million a month of naira. So when you are doing variance analysis, you are checking what they brought on board against what they said they will bring on board. So results of a variance analysis may be shared as part of retrospective. Remember, the purpose of retrospective, what worked, what did not work, what went well, what didn't go well. You do this in your retrospective meeting as a basis for solving problems. And then identification of lessons learned. These are very important points. So part of what you are doing in your retrospective meeting is you want to solve problems, you want to identify your lessons learned, and propose improvements. The whole idea of retrospective is how do you learn well such that on subsequent iterations or sprints or even subsequent projects, you don't make the same mistakes. You know, that's that. So, virtual team best practices. What are some best practices for virtual teams? Manage inherent risk of individual team members being isolated. Hmm. Madam Obolade, what do you understand by that point here? The first point here in virtual team best practices of holding virtual teams. That first point, what do you understand?
So I think that you are able to coordinate the team as a unit so that each person does not work in isolation. Everybody is coordinated into working together.
Beautiful. Yes. So you want to coordinate the team in such a way that it's not like there's somebody somewhere who is just cut off, doesn't know what is going on. So that goes against the spirit of engagement in your virtual team. And then you want to focus on shared commitments versus individual accomplishment of tasks. That's a very important point. As much as possible, that same spirit, despite the fact that you are not together physically, you should still work towards building that same spirit, wherein you want to do a lot of focus on emphasizing shared commitments, put a lot of focus emphasizing shared goals and how well the whole team is moving towards that direction. We are not saying you shouldn't discuss individual accomplishments. As much as you want to discuss individual accomplishments, it's also important to keep track of the collective progress of the team. For example, look at us today now. We are focusing in class on how we can progress as a class, not necessarily saying because somebody has not watched a video, we want to say, the whole class, let's stop. Or because you have moved forward, let's continue from that forward that you have moved. No. As much as people can have individual accomplishments, it's always key to ensure that you have some collective goals and you follow your collective goals. So instill a sense of shared commitment in the team. When we say shared commitment, you know, you have some clear goals. For example, here you have your chapter. Class starts at this time. Class ends at this time. You have assignments at this time. You have this at this time. You know, so then you adopt behavior to reinforce collaboration and promote visibility. What kind of behaviors in reinforce collaboration? When you join the class, we do what we call KLP, key learning points. What it means is that we want you to do some talking. What did you take out of the last class? That's an example of how we reinforce collaboration. And then based on what you see, we could ask another person to comment on what you have said. So that way we are trying to ensure nobody just stands as an island. Push some content out, receive content. Push content out, receive content. How do we promote visibility? By asking you questions, by telling you to contribute, not just you just being in class and then you're just silent, nobody knows what is happening on your side. So this is actually part of best practices of how to manage virtual teams. So prioritize team goals over individual performance, very key. So enable teams to self-organize and be accountable for their deliverables. I think we've discussed this, particularly in the agile methodology, the adaptive system, in which you give your team some level of autonomy to be able to do some things. So that ends that. Okay. So let's move on to the next task. Hello, Mr. Victor, are you there? Mr.
So I will look
Hello, Mr. Victor, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, partially here. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. My network is misbehaving. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Hassan, I'm partially here. I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Network is terrible today. Hello, sir.
I can hear.
Hello.
Can you hear me, Mr. Victor?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Victor.
Yeah, you called me. So I'm partially here.
Yes.
Don't mind me.
What? Sorry, I don't know. When you say partially, what do you mean?
Like I'm in between some other activities. I'm trying to multitask, get food, get lunch, and in between. But I'm here, sir.
Hi. I'm sure you didn't pay us to give you partial attention.
Sorry?
I said you did not pay us to give you partial attention.
Definitely not. I paid you for full.
So why are you giving us partial attention? You did not know that we have class today.
I'm now going to be fully in some few minutes, please.
Okay. Anyway, no Allah. So, Mr. Victor, I was about asking you to read out the enablers of this task, this topic to us. Build a shared understanding about a project. Can you read out the enablers to us, please?
I want to pass on that. I'm right in the kitchen. So oh my God.
Madam Obolade, can you help us out on that?
Survey all parties to reach consensus. Support outcome of parties' agreement.
Do you mind justifying point number 1 there? What's the role of that enabler in the direction of being able to meet that task?
You have to assess whether every member of the team would have a good understanding, and then you have a common ground.
Okay, survey all parties to reach consensus. Okay. What is the purpose of the consensus?
It's like a
Madam
common,
Obolade.
it's like a common knowledge. Abi?
Okay.
Is it common knowledge
Okay.
or understanding?
Hmm. Yes. Okay. So you see, look at these two enablers you have here. The first one is saying you need to get the shared understanding. What I mean by getting shared understanding is it's not assumed that even you just have the alpha and omega of what we call shared understanding. You want to interact with people, have an understanding of their understanding of the project. You understand? So what this means is that as
Build a shared understanding of a project. You want to interact with everybody, understand what they have, and try to get a middle point in terms of having everybody understand the same set of things. So once you do that, then what it means is everybody now has a common ground. So you now support them in being able to work with the support outcome of parties agreement. The key point we want to emphasize here is that when you are working with stakeholders on a project, it's very important that you relate with them, understand what they have in mind, and also probably, should I use the word panel beats? In the sense that maybe making some corrections where they have the wrong, should I use the word perception in relation.
you get that, Madam Momobolade.
Yes, please.
Yep, beautiful. Okay, so let's move on. Yeah.
Let's just move on. So here you have your tools, you have your deliverables. You probably have to start moving faster now. So project vision. What do we mean by project vision? Madam Asiat, are you there? Can you read this to us?
Yeah.
Please read this to us.
At the start of a project, you need a clear vision of the desired objectives. You need to understand and appreciate how the project's vision aligns with the organization's strategic goals. You are the steward of this vision, and it is up to you as the project manager to ensure the project delivers. A vision statement might include product or solution description, intended users and customers of the solution, key desired objectives.
Consumers.
What?
Intended users of
users or consumers of the solution. Sorry.
Okay.
Key desired objectives, differentiators from competitive approaches, key features and benefits.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You understand that as part of building a shared understanding of the project, is first of all, is key that there should be some high level overview of what you want to achieve. Because if you want to build shared understanding around what? Around the vision of the project, around the objectives of the project, around the goals of the project. So that's why it's very key that you even understand this first. So that's that. So that's where this very important document called project charter comes in. Project charter. I'm sure if you have been watching the videos, you probably have a good idea of project charter by now. Madam Asiat, can you tell us what do you know about project charter? Madam Asiat.
Yeah. So project charter is the document that contains all the information of the project, everything you want to do, the scope, everything.
You said the document that contains what?
Most of the scope of the project. They are everything you want to do, everything about the project, how you want to carry it out, all the details on how to go about it.
It's 15 hours.
Madam Asiat, you're not correct though. Project charter does not contain all those details you're talking about it. Project charter is a document that is written at the beginning of the project during initiation and gives a top-level overview of the project. Not details. It doesn't contain details. Top-level overview. And that is the reason why the topic of project charter is brought up when we are talking about the vision of the project. When we are talking about a shared understanding of the project. Because it's like the summary overview that gives you the big picture of what you want to carry out on the project. That's an important point about the project charter.
The slide here, you can see that we say the project charter is a document issued by the sponsor or by the initiator of the project. Number one, it formally authorizes the existence of a project. Number two, it gives the project manager authority. It is the project manager that even authorizes project manager to become project manager. It is the charter that says, yes, you are not project manager. Without the charter, you are just somebody running errands for the project initiator or sponsor. It is the charter that says, yes, you are now. It's just like ID cards. It is when you get matriculated and you have an ID card that yes, you're a student of the school. No matter how many years you spend on campus, if you have not been matriculated, you are not a student. If the project charter has not been written and issued to you, you are not a project manager. You are just running errands for somebody. Madam Asiat, are you following?
Yes. I have a question. I guess the reason why I got confused about this is in most of the videos, when we get to the IT tools, it usually refers us back to the project charter.
Yes.
Right?
But the project charter is a very important document to many things you do in the project.
So
Get that, Madam Asiat?
okay. Yeah, it's a important document that contains some information about the project, but not all. Or just the overview of the project.
Summary information about the project. It contains short information about. It's just like when you say project charter. It's just like you want to start a project now. They will ask you, what do you want to do? I want you to help me do XYZ ABC. Short. You know, you can't just start a project without having an idea of what you want to get done. As at the time they bring the project manager on board, he probably will not have all the details of how long it will take. Probably does not have all the details of the resources he needs, the exact amount probably the project will cost. He doesn't have all those details. But the sponsor will just give you an idea to say, well, the project, my budget, I'm looking at something around $3.5 million. That's not cast on stone. That's not project budget. It's just an estimate to say, well, this is what I think it will cost. And I'm also thinking you should be able to finish it in 6 months. What I think is still high level information, just like a guiding information that that the project sponsor wants to hand over to the project manager. The project manager cannot just come and start working from zero information. At least the project manager will get some initial briefing.
Okay.
Madam Asiat, are you following? The project manager will get some initial
I am
briefing.
following.
Yes. So the project charter is the initial briefing to bring the project manager on board. So it is based on that initial briefing that the project manager will now go and start doing proper project planning. As part of proper
Okay.
project planning, project manager will come up with the proper project scope, will come up with the proper project budget, come up with the proper project cost, budget, yes, scope, schedule of the project. You know, project manager will do all of those things. It's not the sponsor that will do it. What the sponsor will do is to just come up with an over-the-top target to say, okay, oh, I'm targeting that this project should cost this amount. I'm hoping that we should be able to finish in this. But the reality of when it will finish, the project manager that will sit down and say, okay, based on what you have given us, based on the kind of quality you say you want, based on this you want, based on this you want, and then based on my findings and discussion and planning meetings, it will cost this. You understand? It's just like you call an artisan
Yeah.
now to your house
Okay.
that I want to construct a shelf. The artisan will ask you, well, okay, you oríṣiríṣi ló wà o, there are different types. You know, àwọn people price range will whoa. Yeah, the fact that you tell the artisan that then that your price range is 77,000, 75,000, doesn't mean that it's cast on stone. The artisan must produce something for you for 75,000. No. What you have just done is that you have given that artisan a range to be able to have an idea to work towards. So after you are giving the artisan that idea, you now say, artisan, come with an estimate. Artisan will now go back and say, okay, you want this kind of texture, you want this kind of wood, you want this kind of finishing, you want this kind of this. You now go and do his own planning and come with a proper estimate. That estimate you now say, okay, based on what you say you want to, we will need 83,000. So that 83,000 is now the budget. Your own 75,000 was just an over the top beginning level target. So at the beginning of a project, the project sponsor will give the project manager some high level targets. Just like we want to construct a house. So, well, let us start this house. My goal is for us to be able to move into it before Christmas. But the fact that you have said before Christmas does not mean it's cast or stone that you move in before Christmas. It's just a guiding information. It is now the project manager that will now go back, meet with all the stakeholders, and say, madam, based on the requirements you have given us, based on the information you have stated, we cannot complete this project less than 8 months. Madam Asiat, are you following?
Yes, I am.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. So I
So
wanted
yeah,
to
Madam Asiat, read this
compare,
thing to us, please. Yeah, continue. You were saying something.
Don't worry. Project charter content. Assign project manager and responsibility or authority level. Name and authority of project sponsor.
Sorry, wait.
Other
What
optional
what we mean by that? Let
contents.
me explain. What we mean by that, and we wait now. What we mean by that first point that you
Oh,
explained is that sometimes you have a project manager assigned to a project, but not as a full project manager. Sometimes you might have somebody who is on board just as a coordinator. A coordinator is at a level that is lower than the level of a project manager, of a full project manager. A project coordinator does not have as much authority as a full project manager. And then in terms of responsibilities, you could be the project manager, yes, but sometimes the sponsor can tell you that the sponsor will be the one in charge of recruiting team members. I mean, Madam Asiat, you've not come across a situation whereby you are brought on board as project manager and they've already given you the project team to work with. It's not like they are the ones to recruit the team. They are the same way they brought you on board is how they brought on board other people, your team members. So you are just there to come and manage them. Madam Asiat, do you understand what I just said?
yes. Yes, I do. You were not the one
Hello, are you
that
there?
recruited it. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Exactly. Yes.
Hello?
So that's the reason why I said that.
Okay.
At the beginning, yes, hello. At the beginning of the project, the sponsor will have given you an idea of the level, um, the level of responsibility or authority that you have. Please proceed with your reading this list, please.
Okay. Name and authority of the project sponsor. Other optional contents. Measurable project objectives and related success criteria. High-level requirements. High-level project description. Boundaries and key deliverables. Overall project risk. Summary of milestone schedule. Pre-approved financial resources. Key stakeholders register. Project approvement requirements. Project exit criteria.
This is important. Thank you very much, madam. This it is very, very important that we have a good understanding of all the items that we have here. Because the items we have here on their own, they are they are key and they're part of what you want to be able to do when you are initiating a project. So, and please also note the use of the word high level, high level requirement, high level project description. These are high level information, they are not detailed. Please, anyway, go back and read the the integration management. Go and watch the integration management section of the videos you have with you. It will throw up a lot of light on this thing. It's very key that you have a solid understanding of how to write a project charter. Remember, as consultants, you could be brought on board to come and help them craft this. So, in getting the best value out of your engagement here, it's important that you know, follow up on all of this. So, project overview statement. This communicates enterprise-wide the intent and vision of the project. Please note, overview is an over the top kind of thing, not detailed. At the beginning of the project, you want to have the sponsor will give you an over the top kind of thing. I want to do XYZ to be able to achieve ABC. Over the top, you know. So it is written with brevity and clarity. It captures project objective, problem, or opportunity and criteria for success. Authorization via the project charter or approved project overview statement enables kickoff activities for project planning. What this is telling us essentially is that the project overview statement is part of what you have in your charter. The moment the charter has been approved, the project manager has been assigned, then boom, work starts. The project manager can proceed with planning the project. So how to run the project? after you have captured the project vision and understand the types and conditions around the deliverables, you need to decide how will you run the project. And remember, we have discussed various types or various flavors or approaches, methods to running projects. You have traditional, you have agile, and you have the hybrid. Of course, we discussed all of this. There's something they call the project kickoff meeting. It's just a form of at the beginning of the class of the project. You bring all stakeholders, your team members, you bring them together, and then you come to do some discussion around, okay, what are we doing? Where are we? This is what we want to do. These are our goals. This is, you just get buy-in from everybody and you try to have some solid discussion. So you discuss the context of the project. It also helps in forming your team. And then at this kickoff meeting, you ensure everybody has some good understanding of where we are going, of what you want to be able to achieve. So part of your kickoff is that you want to define your vision statement, your team charter. It's kickoff. So you want everybody to have an understanding of what they should expect, what are things that bind the project. How do you prioritize? How do you reward? How do you just like general overview of how the team will be administered? Okay. So iteration planning, remember in sprints, iteration planning is a collaborative agile ceremony. It's also called sprint planning. You have iteration planning, it's also called sprint planning. So for the team and the customer representative, what do they do here? They review the highest prioritized user stories or key outcomes. What this means is don't forget that this iteration planning comes up at the beginning of a sprint. So what do you do here? You want to come up with a framework for carrying out the sprint. Remember, sprint planning is at the beginning, sprint review is at the end, sprint retrospective is at the end. So when you are doing your sprint planning at the beginning, you are reviewing the user stories to say, okay, these are what we want to do in this sprint. People who have issues can ask questions, and then you can agree on forecasts for completing the various requirements you have for people. After agreement, the team determines the activities required to deliver iteration objectives. Don't forget that for every sprint, for every iteration, part of what you are doing when you are doing iteration planning is you want to agree which work do we want to do in this sprint? What do we want to derive at the end? What do we want to achieve? What kind of products or product aspects do we want to complete at the end of the sprint? We should go on break. Let's just take like 2 or 3 more slides before we go on break. Come in, please. Okay. Madam Ambolade, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi. What's that one thing you can tell me that can make me know that you have been following?
I can see your screen. Overview of agile ceremony.
That doesn't mean I said what's that one thing you can tell me that can make me know you have been following?
Oh, I have been following. Your network recently cut off. And you,
I saw almost an hour ago.
no, just now. My phone chose.
Okay, so what have we been discussing before now?
We're talking about project charter.
Okay, so what did we say about project charter?
We said project charter is a document that also authorizes the project manager to be able to apply resources for activities that will be needed on the projects. And he also talks about giving
Okay.
him the authority to apply these resources on the project.
There's a charter that even makes him a project manager self.
Yes.
Remember, I mentioned it that is the charter that even says you're a project manager. Without charter, you're not a project
Yeah.
manager, you're just an errand boy or errand girl. It's the charter that gives you that the designation of project manager. Without the charter, you are not a project manager. It's a charter that says, okay, you are now a project. It's just like election. You know, the fact that you win an election of the country to be the president does not mean you are already the president. Abi Madam Bolade,
Yeah.
does winning the election
Yes.
make you the president?
No.
So when you win election, you already automatically become the president.
No.
At what point do you become a president?
Until you get your certificate of return, or what do they call it? Or swearing in. There's
Exactly.
a
It's when you are
document.
sworn in that you become the president. Yes. If you are not sworn in, you are not yet the president. You are a president elect. So that's just it too. So that swearing in is done by the project charter. It is when you have a charter that you are now officially recognized as the project manager. And a project charter, as much as possible, it should be a physical document. It should just be oral as much as possible. It should be a physical document.
All right, so um, should we go on break now, Madam Mombolade?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Let's go on break now.
Thank you.
So let's converge back by in 7 minutes time by 3:30.
Okay.
So quick break, take some water, shake your legs, move around. Hello. Okay. Mr. Victor.
Oh,
Okay, we have 2 more minutes. Let me let you use your 2 minutes.
I wanted to ask if 7 minutes is up.
All right. Hello, my people. Please, let's continue. Mr. Victor, they are cooking in the kitchen. Hello, 3:30 don't knock now.
I'm here, sir.
I thought you were still cooking.
I'm washing plate now, sir.
Victor. Interesting. All right. Please let's proceed. Yeah. Seriously out of time. Okay. So
About a number of things here. So we know what a sprint is. We know what sprint planning meeting is supposed to be for, and
yes. See, sprint ceremonies, we discuss these things. I said it was key for us to discuss these things before we started the class. Look at where they are just discussing these things now. It is now that they are telling us what these daily stand-ups are. It's now that they are telling us what sprint review is. It's now that they are telling us all of these things. But the reality is we've been coming across these things before now. So if we had not discussed them earlier, how would we have had a good understanding of these things before now? So that's why we had that initial overview of Agile kind of masterclass before we started the main class itself. So we know what stand-ups are, we know what retrospectives are already. Task board. This is just like what we showed us earlier. Madam Asiat, I'm sure you can see a relationship between what is being presented now and the Kanban that was shared earlier. Remember the Kanban that I showed you earlier? Trello. Trello is just an example of the Kanban that was shared earlier. This is very important, good stuff. It helps you visualize. It helps you promote visibility and accountability on your team. They call this information radiators. So when we say consensus, what do we mean by consensus? Consensus is a collaborative process to reach a decision that everyone can support. So what are the various ways of reaching consensus, or at least of prioritization and trying to get people's opinion? You have Fist of Five, Roman voting, polling, dot voting. You can read the manual for details about all of these things. So estimation techniques, there are quite a number of estimation techniques. You can read up on this, you're out of time. We have what we call planning poker and story point estimation. We discussed story point estimation earlier. XP. You know, if you remember this discussion, you have I remember Scrum, you have extreme program. XP, I mean XP metaphor. You have extreme programming. So the XP metaphor, the technique the program works. Metaphors and non boost the team. So collaboration game technique used to explain a solution. Stakeholders try to describe aspects of a solution in the same way a marketer might describe product features or benefits of a project, of a box. It helps with understanding the various types of users of a solution, their priorities, their likes and dislikes, key aspects of a solution that drive the most critical value aspects. So reaching a consensus, who read this to us? Mr. Victor, yeah, let's hear from you. Can you read this to us, please? Hello, Mr. Victor.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Please read this to us.
Hello?
Please read this to us.
Team charter can specify how team chooses to handle disagreements when they arise. E.g., if team disagrees about the numbers of user story, if a team disagrees about the number of user story points to estimate for a user story, the team charter may designate use of the higher estimate or that of the majority vote rules. See consensus among the team where the possible and recognizable that sometimes it will not be possible.
Thank you very much. What this is telling us here, if you notice that this is the headline here, it's like combine the two enablers together. Essentially, that when you want to reach consensus and support the outcome of parties' agreements, what do you do? Number one, it is key that the team charter should specify how your team will handle circumstances, scenario in which you have disagreements. And it's also important to seek consensus amongst the team where possible and recognize that it will sometimes not be possible. Mr. Victor, do you agree that sometimes it could be impossible to actually consensus?
Yes, I agree, sir. I agree there are situations whereby the project team will have disagreements. This happens a lot. This happens a lot in while carrying out, while embarking on projects that might be based on the techniques or the method or the personnel or even on the resources or the vendors that will be used. So there will always be situations whereby we have disagreements.
All right. Your network is just going up and on.
You mean myself? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello? I think I lost my network for some seconds there. Madam Asiat, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We just finished lesson 1. Yes, Madam Asiat, I can hear you. I said we just finished lesson 1. Are you there, Madam Asiat?
Yeah, I'm here. I just came back here.
I said we just finished lesson 1. What is lesson 1?
Lesson 1. We talked about project
Yes.
charter.
Lesson 1.
Sorry, I just came back.
Lesson
here.
1.
Okay, lesson 1
What
is
is lesson 1?
building a team. Sorry.
Okay. So, what are the tasks under lesson 1? How many tasks do we have there?
One second. We have about 5, 7. I don't know. We stopped at
You said how many?
7. 7.
You stopped at what? Okay, so what are the 7?
Building a team. Define a team, negotiate project agreements, empower team members and stakeholders. It's train team members and stakeholders, engage and support virtual teams, build shared understanding about the projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we are moving into
just
lesson
finished.
2. So Madam Asiat, what is lesson 2?
Come on. Starting the project.
said what?
Starting the project. Can you hear me clearly? There's a background noise here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I will.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Madam Asiat.
Okay. All right.
What did you say is lesson 2?
Lesson 2 is starting the project.
So what are the tasks under lesson 2? What are the topics under lesson 2? How many of them?
1 second. 9.
Yeah, do you mind reading them to us?
Determine appropriate project methodology or method and practices. Plan and manage scope.
Appropriate.
Yes. That's what I said.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Your network is.
Then plan and
Yes, correct.
I'm sure it's your network.
No, I'll proceed.
Okay. Okay. Plan and manage schedule. Plan and manage budgets and resources. Plan and manage quality of products and deliverables. Integrate project planning activities. Plan and manage procurement. Establish project governance structure. Plan and manage projects or phase closure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right. Um, when you say starting the project, how is it related to the first lesson, Madam Asiat? How are they related? How is this lesson related to the previous lesson?
How starting a project is related to the first lesson, which is creating a high performance team.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Because after you have created your team, the next thing to do after everybody understood what the project is about is to start the project, and you'll be able to assign different tasks to the team members. So that's the relationship between the two.
Okay. 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 One very important aspect of this lesson, if you can look very closely, is that can you see some elements of your knowledge areas here? Can you point them out to us?
Knowledge areas. Yeah. So I see planning and schedule, monitoring and control. Yeah.
Monitoring and controlling what?
The project
Madam
schedule.
Asiat, are you telling me you know what knowledge areas are?
Yes.
Are you telling me you know what knowledge areas are?
Yeah. 1 second, please.
Tell me your knowledge areas. What are the knowledge areas we have?
So we have scope, cost, resource, integration, quality, schedule, stakeholder, procurement, and communication.
Okay. So, looking at all of those now, do you see some form of relationship? What do you see here? What jumps at you?
What jumps at me is we'll be able to use apply the different knowledge areas to start the project at every level of the.
Okay. Anyway, you have tried. The key point I want you to understand here is the fact that when you are managing a project, at the completion of how do I put it? When you are managing a project, you are done.
Setting up projects, as in that initial level of getting started on the project. Part of getting started is sharing, having people to, getting the charter, having understanding of the project, knowing where you are going. So we are done with that. We call those places, we can call them initiating, the initiating stage of the project. When you are done with that, the next thing for you is to proceed to planning. Madam Asiat, are you following?
Yes, I am.
Madam Asiat, are you?
Yes,
I
yes,
said, next
yeah.
thing, when you are done with the project, as part of
Hello?
your initiating, you were given a document called a project charter. You were given a document called the project charter. Madam Asiat, are you following?
Yes.
Mr. Victor, are you there?
Yes, I'm following you. You said you
Yes.
start by planning and
Yes. You were
initiating,
given
then
a
we go
document
ahead to planning.
called the project charter.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes. Now, when you say, when you have your project charter, one key thing that is very important when you are discussing the concept of project charter is the fact that the project charter contains high level information about the project. High level information such that it is for the project manager to now go into project planning, to now have details about the project. Don't forget that at the beginning of the project manager cannot know how long it will take. The project manager cannot know how much it will cost. The project manager cannot know all the risks involved. Project manager cannot know all the information about the project. The project manager cannot know because nobody can know. You are not God. Only God can know. You understand? So, what you will do is that at the level of initiating the project, you collect the basic information from the sponsor. Remember, the sponsor writes the charter, even though the sponsor can delegate this to somebody else. But even if it is delegated, the sponsor still needs to do the final approval if that person has finished doing the writing. So either the sponsor writes or sponsor delegates, it is still the sponsor that will issue the project charter to the project manager. The project charter contains summary, high level, over the top information, summary overview of the project, summary, high level guesswork or targets for how much the project should cost, summary, over the top guesswork or targets for um, for how long the project will take, summary, guesswork, targets for for all of these things. They're just over the top, over the top, over the top, guesswork, guesswork, guesswork. You know. So um to now have details for the project, that is where the project manager now kicks in and the project team to now start interacting with stakeholders to have clarity of scope. Madam Margaret, are you following? Clarity of schedule, clarity
Oh, yeah.
of costs, clarity of resource, clarity of communication, clarity of what else? Risk, clarity of procurement, and even more clarity about stakeholder. You understand? So the project manager will now need to do a plan for how you carry out all of these things. So that's why you have all these your knowledge areas. That's why you have all these your knowledge areas. Madam Omobolade, I've not heard from you in a long time. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you been following Madam Omobolade?
Yes, I follow.
Okay. No, no, wahala. Madam Omobolade is like you are still in the meeting. Okay. All right. So let's proceed with the second lesson. I was trying to build a bridge for you to understand the context of the second lesson. As at the first lesson, you are done with initiating the project. You have already started base level planning for the project. By the time you are moving to the second year, you are already jumping into the thick and thin of planning the project. That's why you can see some things here: plan and manage scope, plan and manage schedule, plan and manage budget and then resources, plan and manage quality, plan and manage procurement, you know, and then doing some form of integration here. So this is key. It's key you understand the flow. The reason why I'm making taking my time to explain these things is I want you to see the the how this new syllabus flows out of the old syllabus. In the old syllabus, you add your your knowledge areas and your process group. Now we still have our knowledge areas and process groups, but it's just that the structure of how they come together have been changed. We no longer call it those names now, even though those roles that they played, those roles are still being played. For example, now you're saying starting the project. If you look at the tasks, the topics under starting the project, you would see that they fall under those tasks that were under planning in the old structure of the old syllabus. Planning, 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 planning. If you go to the old syllabus, you see plan, scope management, plan schedule management, plan cost management, plan something management, plan something management. You understand? So you are having that now, and it makes sense. It makes sense in the sense that at the beginning, when you have your charter, you don't have details. It's when the project manager now gets the details that you know you can now start carrying out the execution of the project. is when you have some at least some level of information that you can that you can start working on the project. I don't know if you are following, Madam Asias. The summary is at the level in which you are starting out, you don't have details. Where would the details come from? It will come from planning. Part of planning is you want to interact with everybody, stakeholders, to have clarity about so many areas of the project. It is when you have clarity about the various areas of the project, then you can come up with this is the schedule of the project. Then you can come up with this is the cost of the project, and many more and many more. This thing should be understandable to us now if you have been watching the videos.
Like you have been watching the videos. All right. So starting the project, we have determined appropriate project methodology or project methods and practices. If you notice, what we are talking about here is saying, what do we want to use? Are we using our
It's 16 hours.
agile or blah 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 or blah 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 or blah blah blah? By now, we already have an idea of what agile is, what the predictive is, what the adaptive, what hybrid. We already have a good understanding of all of this. The enablers for this one are, they are saying, as part of determining the appropriate methodology for the project, you want to assess the project needs. You want to assess the project complexity. You want to assess the project magnitude. Because all of these are the factors we need to put into consideration before determining whether you want to use agile or you want to use predictive or you want to use hybrid. So sit down in your office and determine. No, it's a function of the nature of the project and the need of the project. So you also recommend strategy. You want to recommend project methodology or approach. Of course, based on your assessment of the need, your assessment of the complexity, assessment of the, then you now finally recommend project methodology or approach. Use iterative or incremental practices throughout. I'm sure you the concept of what do you call it? Roadway planning, progressive elaboration. Yes, the part of elaboration. Okay, so let's move on. Madam Asiat, are you there?
Yes, hello, I'm here. Hello? Your network, I don't know which network it's bad. Hello? I can't hear you. Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Asiat, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Did you listen to the discussion of enablers that I just finished?
No, I went to the washroom. I just came back.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now, business case. Generally, when you hear the word business case, what it means is that it's like a campaign document. It's a document through which you are trying to convince people that your business, that your project makes sense. Your project should be funded. Your project should be approved. That's essentially what you are doing in a business case document. It's like a campaign document. It's a document to convince. You know. So in your business case here, as you can see written here, you have it here that It's a document that has the economic feasibility. A document that is trying to convince people of the level of feasibility of the project. It establishes the benefits. You are trying to convince. It contains the benefits of the project component and provides a basis for authorization of further project activities. So there's another document that you call your business needs document. This one provides high level deliverables, prerequisites of formal business case, describes the requirements, what needs creating or performing. These are just some of the numerous business documents you'll be coming across. So your business needs document is is a is an important document that is sometimes your projects don't just come out of the sky. A lot of times projects come into existence as a result of a need. So that expression of the need is it forms part of what they call your business need document. Okay, we want to we want to come up with a project um to revamp our to upgrade our factory from 1,000 cartons per day to 2,500 cartons per day to be able to get more market share, to be able to satisfy our suppliers, yes now our distributors, to be able to all of those to be able to these are those things that will go into your business needs document. So that's that. Project implementation plan. Guy, your project implementation plan is a very, very, very huge document that contains an overview of when you get the word plan, essentially what it means is that you want to throw clarity into how you would eventually do things. What do we mean? For example, you enter your car, you want to drive out. Before you drive, you already have an idea of where you are going. It's not like you are the steering and you are totally aimless. You don't know where you are going. You don't know what you want to go and do. You already have some clarity around this is where I'm going. So what it means is that you have a plan for your journey. You have an itinerary. Just like that, so for a project. At the beginning of the project, you want to come up with a plan either for the whole project or for the iteration or sprint that you are currently that you are currently planning for. You want to come up with a plan to say this is how we will carry it out. This is how we are going to manage stakeholders. This is how we are going to manage the schedule of this. This is how we are going to manage our uncertainties. This is how we will handle money matters. This is how we will try to meet the quality standards. That's why you say when you hear plan, it's a compendium or it is a combination of different this is how, you know, it's futuristic. You are trying to come up with a list of guidelines of how you will get these things done, you know. So um remember identification of deliverables that it will be due at the end of the project. The deliverables that will be due at the end of the project. These are part of what you want to define. This is how we know. This is how we know what we want to work on. Knowing what you want to work on is talking about the scope of the project. It's part of what you want to get clarity around when you are writing your project implementation plan. I want to believe that you will have watched the videos in the learning management system because the videos in the learning management system are extremely important for us at this level. If you don't want us to go into another long explanation, because For us to have a good understanding, some of these things you need to understand the context. And the context have been beautifully explained in the videos. So as much as we will summarize in class, because even the slide itself is what the videos for more information. For example, the videos already contain extensive explanation about a project management plan. How is it written? What are the components? How do the components come together? These are very important things for you to be able to have a solid understanding of what is being discussed. Okay, so identify project outputs that are delivered throughout the project. So when delivering outputs, what are you doing exactly? Are you implementing them in a new or existing system, business environment? Are you transitioning them into a live environment? How are you doing? How are you transitioning them into a live environment? How are you decommissioning or removing the old system? How are you ensuring that training and knowledge transfer is done and is also was done in a satisfactory way? So don't forget that the whole idea of an implementation plan is trying to foresee about the future and trying to come up with a list of this is how we will do it. This is how we will do it. This is how we will do it. And you try to know this is how we will do it kind of information or description about as many things as possible in the various areas of the project. In matters of scoping, in matters of doing your schedule, in matters of coming up with cost, in matters of managing your uncertainties, in matters of managing your stakeholders, managing your procurement, managing all these areas. You want to try to come up with a form of plan for them. Don't forget the major difference between iterative, which is adaptive, and predictive flavors of project management is that in predictive, you want to come up with a plan, you want to forecast from start to finish. Because it is predictive, you can forecast from start to finish. Forecast, not the use of that word. You are planning in advance from start to finish. But in the case of agile, you are not under any pressure to have a complete end-to-end plan. In fact, what is required of you is to just have some clarity of how you want to move from where you are to the end of the current sprint, to the end of the current iteration. That's what is key. You do your sprint planning at the beginning, and then you do your sprint review and retrospective at the end. So that's the plan you need to have. By the time you are entering a new sprint, you're supposed to come up with your sprint planning again and draw up another plan. I don't know if we are listening. Madam Ombolade, I don't know, have you been listening?
We are listening, sir.
Okay. So I mentioned the concept of rolling with planning. It's also called, Mr. Victor, rolling with planning is also called what?
Sorry?
Rolling with planning is also called what?
Agile.
No.
Uh,
I still mentioned it like 20 minutes ago. But you've been watching videos now, Mr. Victor. How come you don't know the answer?
I've not seen all the videos as directors. I think it's called, is it continuous planning
Anyway,
or block
rolling
planning?
with planning, no, it's called progressive elaboration. Are you hearing that terminology for the first time, Mr. Victor?
Yes, sir.
You are hearing it for the first time.
Rolling wave? Yes, I'm just hearing yes.
Progressive elaboration. Are you hearing that for the first time?
Yes. Progressive elaboration.
Okay. Okay. All right. So the whole idea of rolling wave planning or progressive elaboration is that go as far as you can see. By the time you get there, you will see more, and then you can continue going. That's just what it means when you say rolling wave planning or progressive elaboration. Don't try to see all, because reality is a lot of times you wouldn't be able to see all at once. See as much as you can see, go as much as you can go, and as you are going, things will be getting clearer, and you keep, modifying and changing as things are going. That's what is called rolling wave planning. Progressive evaluation is the iterative process of increasing the level of detail in a project management plan as greater amounts of information and more accurate estimates become available. Okay. All right. So let's go on break now. Our second break. We meet in 10 minutes. So um yeah, just read the slides, just like a revision of our various methodologies, the agile and the predictive, um, predictive. All right, we go on break now. Thank you. See you by in 10 minutes time.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Sorry. I took longer than planned. Hello. Sorry. I am very sorry. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay. All right. Madam Afia. Ah, this one that you are sneezing and coughing.
Yeah.
Cold, yeah.
Is it time for Ututu on your side? I think you don't have Ututu at this
It's summertime, but it's
point.
raining at times and
Okay.
it's good.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. At least for hanging on for this far. Let's just try to pull through.
1 hour of today's class. So based on what we know already, it's believed that we already have a good understanding of the agile methodology, the predictive. Agile is also called change driven. Did you get that, Mr. Victor? You have plan driven, you have change driven. Plan driven is the predictive. Change driven is the what? Is the adaptive. Change driven is the adaptive. So agile, you have team members, team works collaboratively with the customer, determine the project needs. The coordination of the customer and the team drives the project forward. Other predictive, project needs, requirements, constraints are understood.
Accordingly, plans drive the project forward. For hybrid, yeah, you're talking about a combined strategies from, when you say hybrid,
From agile or predictive are required. You can switch approaches based on need, changing work requirements or circumstances. Okay, I think we know all of this already. Okay, so when you say predictive life cycle, what does it mean when you use the term predictive life cycle? Means in a predictive life cycle, it is easy for you to see end to end. That is from beginning, you can predict up till the end. From beginning, you can forecast up till the end. So you can forecast the project scope from the beginning, the project schedule from the beginning, the project cost from the beginning. It is easy to do end-to-end planning. Unlike in adaptive, wherein you are not expected to do end-to-end. You're supposed to do get clarity one step ahead. You get clarity in iterations, in sprints. You need to move one step ahead. Unlike in predictive that you're expected to have the full the full blown end to end prediction or forecast. You know, predictive life cycle is also known as waterfall. I'm sure we remember the waterfall we discussed at the beginning of the course. It's also known as waterfall. It's also known as traditional. Here, requirements are typically fixed, usually, but of course, it can also be changed. That's why you have a change control system. But largely, change is not. It doesn't come naturally in predictive. It's not change oriented. So activities or work culminate in final output known as your deliverable. Okay. So in this case here now, in the adaptive and the agile, this uses methods in dynamic. This is used in dynamic and complex environments where change is a constant. Because change is a constant, you cannot go with the predictive model. Because whatever you think you have planned today is changing tomorrow. Whatever you think you have planned this week is changing 2 weeks' time. So they are saying no, okay, rather than deceive yourself into thinking you can plan far into the future, don't even try planning far into the future. Just plan your next step alone. Because if you plan far into the future, you are deceiving yourself because things will have changed before then. Mr. Victor, I think I think are you in construction or what, Mr. Victor?
Yeah, I do construction.
Good. Now, look at the way things have been in the past 9 months. You agree with me now that it is very difficult for
Bill. And that bill with estimates will be valid for more than 3 or 4 days with the rate at which prices are changing.
Yeah,
you go to the
yeah,
market
that happens
today,
a lot.
price will
Yeah,
is
prices are
different
changing.
from the price we meet if you go to the market next week.
Yes, that's true.
You understand? So for this reason, you cannot come up with a construction project in an agile methodology to say we are not going to give you bill for the whole project. Let's break it into sprints or phases in this case now. We are only going to give you cost per phase. And one phase is the work that will take us 1 month. Okay, let's deal with foundation. Foundation will take us 1 month to complete. This is the cost for foundation. We're not going to ask you for cost of the whole project. Know that foundation will have changed. You get that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
they use this adaptive system in situations where there's so much of change that is so difficult or in some cases impossible to make a beginning to the end prediction of everything. So don't even that is don't deceive yourself into doing beginning to end prediction. Just predict for one step ahead. Predict only for one step ahead. By the time you get to that step, you now cannot predict for the next step. That's why you have sprint planning at the beginning of every iteration. Okay? So hybrid, that's now like a combination of both. So this is an example. Um, eh, we now have of adaptive. Please, I need your attention here. We have three types of adaptive. Before now, we have been interchanging the use of adaptive and agile. Adaptive and agile. But when we say adaptive, there are actually three forms of adaptive. Even though generally you can say adaptive is agile, yes. But there are some other forms. They are also agile, but there's some small variations amongst them. You have iterative and you have incremental. You have iterative and you have incremental. The difference here is that in iterative, okay, let me use this example that we discussed in the office recently. You have, you want to build an estate. Mr. Victor, are you listening?
Which
You
is
want to build an estate. You want to build an estate. There are two ways to build an estate. Let's say the estate has 20 buildings. The first way is that do foundation for all the 20 buildings. Then raise all the foundation to window level for all the 20 buildings. Then raise all the window level to lintel level for all the 20 buildings. Then complete the top for all the 20 buildings. Then roof all the 20 buildings. Then finish up all the 20 buildings. That's one style. Then the other style is to say, okay, no. One, pick it building by building. Pick build one. Do foundation, window level, lintel level, finishing, roofing, completion. Then you move on to the next building. Foundation, window level, lintel level, completing the top, roofing, then completion. Then move on to the third one. Now, I hope you understand those two examples. Let's now read iterative and incremental. In iterative, you have dynamic requirements. Activities repeated until correct. And you have single delivery. But in incremental, you also have dynamic requirements, true, the same thing. But activities are performed once per increment. And you have frequent small deliveries. Now, what can you make out of this? In the case of incremental projects, what you have is that your requirements, don't forget that you are repeating. Okay, okay. Let me use another analogy. Remember the analogy of the ship that we had earlier, Mr. Victor. You remember when we were discussing at the
Yes.
beginning of the class? Then,
Yeah.
database and back end testing. Remember,
Yeah. Yeah.
in which for the work, yes. Now you have the option of saying for the work, if you have four things to be done, you have front end, back end, you have database, you have testing. Those are the four things you want to do to finish your job,
Yeah.
to finish your work. Now, way of doing it is to say,
To produce version 1 of the project. To produce version 1 of the
just do
some small part of front end, some small part of back end,
will now produce a tiny fraction of the overall um, projects. That one is called incremental. But in iterative, what you are doing is that you want to work on the project and you are just maybe you want to do some elements of what do you call it? Some elements of front end. You just want to do some elements of back end. You just want to do some elements of this, but you don't really have that that big goal of at a particular point in time, I want to create a working product. Remember in the example we saw, there was a version 1, there was a version 2, there was a version 3, there was a version 4.
all the various components of the project. You are doing some small more. For example, between version 1 and version 2, you will do some more of database, some more
Front end, some more of back end, some more of testing. Then you call that version 2. Then for version 3, you do some more of front end, some more of back end, some more of database, some more of testing. Then you call it version 3. That style is called incremental. That is, you do some small aspects in smaller increments for each of the various parts of the project. That's what they call frequent small deliveries. You are delivering in versions. Version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4, version 5. Small, like that. So there's a subtle difference between it and iterative. In iterative now, it is largely that you are doing so a small part of the project. and they are just refining, and then you want to produce the whole project at once. Taking that back to Mr. Victor, I don't know if you understand all the grammar I've been saying. Can you relate what I just said to the example of the estate development that I said earlier? Can you relate it to iterative and incremental?
Yeah, the iterative is when you just decide to keep on trying like the construction parts that you said now, you can decide to go stage by stage for the iterative, finish each processes across all the 20 buildings. Then keep on following a particular cycle, the foundations, then all the German floors, that's the damp proof course, then on to all the walls of all the 20s, then to the roofing, then to the finishes, and to the external works. While the incremental is when you probably break them. Okay, let us start with let's start with the first 5. We finish it in the first maybe 1 month, take another 5 again, then the next 1 month, then eventually in about 4 to 6 months you deliver everything. So you keep on delivering in stages. While this one while iterative picks all the 20 and achieve the stages, move to the next stages for all the 20s, move to the next until they finish, deliver all at once. So while iterative delivers stages across all products or units until the eventual delivery, which is the testing and the close end. The incremental keep on doing it at in units, in product, delivers each unit at it in a particular phases or order.
Okay. All right. Makes sense. You have actually said right. So summarily, when you have iterative, that's like the example of somebody wanting to do foundation for all the 20. You understand? So you are moving in phases, yes. Foundation first. You understand? Do foundation for everything, and then you finish everything at once. And then incremental is no. Pick one house, small deliveries, pam 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 pam, finish for one house, move to the next house, pam 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 pam, finish for the next house, like that. You know. So agile is now like a blend. So what this means is iterative or incremental. Just like all of them too, you have dynamic requirements. It combines iterative repetitions of activities with incremental deliveries. Mr. Victor, can you explain that statement? Combines iterative repetition of activities with incremental deliveries.
Okay, well, what Agile is trying to tell us is that combines iterative repetition of activities with incremental. What is saying that it is it uses both system of iterative and incremental in the sense that now it's not just going to be carrying out activities repeated until correct alone. It's not going to be doing iterative alone, or no, neither will it be doing incremental alone.
Okay.
It will combine both. While there are iterative activities, take for example, as the foundations are all repeated all across the product, which is the building. At the same time, again, it also ensures trying to deliver also. So in a nutshell, it's combining both. It's not leaving one unfinished. So how to now implement this, I still don't understand the logic now in this particular example. But looking at the example you already explained to us in the earlier agile description,
Okay.
I think that what it does is rather than focusing on just the foundation now, it ensures that as the foundations are going all repeatedly, is also trying to and it is being tested to be sure that they are correct. Is also focusing on making deliveries. Like, okay, let's finish some products as we are doing the foundation. Before we touch all the foundation, probably they've started raising some walls. So it's not waiting for all the foundations to be completed in all the 20. As they are doing the foundation and they're already getting to number 10 or to the 10th building, they've started the German floor on number 1. And before as they are finishing the number 20th foundation, they've completed they've started the buildings on the DPC, the German floor that has been done. So all of them are all overlapping in phases. And so it's combining iterative, incremental. It's not waiting to deliver all the foundation for iterative. Then, or another is waiting to finish one building in incremental. So he's touching product A and is moving to product B. Product A's walls have started emerging while they're about to complete that of the foundation of the 20th building. So by the time this wall is all, before it gets to the half of it, they've started even the roof. So everything is developing in stages. They're not waiting to say, okay, let's finish A. Let's see whether all is perfect. Or let's finish one building or one product to be sure that it's perfect. It's overlapping all the rest altogether. I think that's my idea. I'm not sure whether I'm right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. The whole idea here is just saying that agile is like a middle playground. In some cases, it will play in direction of iterative. In some cases, it will play into direction of incremental. The key idea here is just telling you that agile can be in two flavors. It can be the direction of iterative. It can be in direction of incremental. That's why they use the word iterative or incremental. The whole idea is it is adaptive and it is change driven. So iterative is also agile, incremental is also agile. You get that, Mr. Victor?
Yes.
Madam Asia, are you lost?
Yeah, hello.
Hello?
Yeah,
I said, are you following?
yes, I am.
Beautiful. Okay. So from here now, you can see that agile, iterative repetition of incremental deliverables. What do we mean? By incremental, we are saying determine the project scope early in the project lifecycle. Continuously assess and modify the cost and the time estimates as teams understanding of the project increases. Okay. Now you're also saying use series of iterations to add functionality to your deliverables within your time frame. The deliverable is considered complete only after the final iteration. What this means essentially is telling you that when you are using iterative, like saying the estate example I said, the estate is said to be complete when all the buildings are built. At no point is it partially built. What I mean by that is, imagine if you have completed all the roof, all the foundation for all the 20 houses. You have not finished any house. It's until you finish all the houses that you have finished any house. Unlike in another system in which you finish one house, you move to another house. You finish one house, you move to another house. You understand? Both of them are still agile. Because, for example, the person who is doing foundation first for all the 20 houses, it could be that there are still some deliberations about the kind of window that they will use. You understand? Maybe somebody is still, they say somebody is coming from one country to come and that person can change the window style that they will use. So rather than start with some windows that they will now modify later, say, okay, let's people start with foundation for everybody. By the time we finish foundation, how we will do window will have been clear. Then you do window. You understand? Then maybe as they are doing window, they are not yet clear the kind of roofing they will do. Are they doing this kind of roofing or this kind of roofing or this kind of roofing? So by the time they get to the finished window level work, at that time, it's possible that you will now have clarity for that one. This is different from the normal way in which before you even start, you want to get as much clarity for every possible area. But in this case now that you want to use agile, you only want to get clarity for foundation. Don't worry. I know that we do. Rather than wait for us to get clarity of roofing, since we have clarity for foundation, let's start foundation. By the time we finish foundation, maybe roofing will have been clear. That's where the agileness starts. It's giving you agility. You are not waiting to have clarity for the whole end to end. Once you have clarity for one part, go and start with that part. By the time you finish that part, clarity for others might have come. And once the clarity comes, it's change driven. You modify what you are working on, and then you continue to, and then you proceed on the project. Okay? Aha! This is a very, very interesting one. Who will read this to us now? Okay. Madam Amabolade, please read this to us.
Typical use cases. So methodology,
Okay.
agile. Typical use case, software projects, intellectual property projects, research projects. Methodology of predictive.
Why? Why? Wait. Why? Just tell us one or two sentences of why. What are the characteristics of those kind of use cases that make that methodology appealing to them?
Sorry?
What are the methodology? What are the attributes of those use cases that makes agile kind of peculiar to them?
I have no idea.
See? See? Mr. Victor, can you help us?
I think there's a noise at the background. I can't really hear the question very well.
The question here
I think we should
says
meet that
that
person. Somebody, I
you
think.
read
Sorry, what's the question, sir?
you read agile. She
Yes.
read the first row here, agile. Typical use cases, software projects, intellectual property
Yeah.
projects, research
Yeah.
projects. Understand? Not
Yeah.
saying no, don't just read it to us. Justify why are we saying agile is peculiar to this? What are the characteristics of software projects, intellectual property projects, research projects that makes agile peculiar to them?
I think one of the reasons why they are peculiar is because they are iterative in nature. They are,
What do you
well,
mean
I
by
don't know
that?
whether I'm correct with that word, but I think that they have certain, let me say, fixed pattern of how the projects can be carried out in those cases. In software, you start in a particular way, then you go to the next stage, then you go to the next stage. It has a flow diagram. The same thing with intellectual property projects, the same thing with research projects. There's a way you go about it. Maybe you have to go and read up the literature, then you extract. So you can say, okay, these are 5 processes. I mean, if there's going to be a cyst, if A is not working, then B. If A does not go like this, then we do B. Then if B does not go, then you do C. So they have followed similar patterns. They have similar patterns of being carried out. The same thing with software project also. So it's easier to apply Agile because Agile is more, it has a modern approach, and because it has the teamwork demands more of collaboration, then it is based on probably the final customer customer needs, meeting customer needs and demands. So they are quite, they are not like it's very difficult to overlap them unlike other projects. So I think that is one of the reasons that makes Agile to be to it makes Agile to it makes it easier to apply Agile to these cases, software, intellectual, and research projects. They are customer driven, and they need a lot of collaboration, and I think they're a bit iterative. I'm not so sure about that one, but I think they have, based on my own understanding.
Interesting. You know the funny thing, the argument is supposed to be opposite of the way you put it. It's supposed to be opposite of the way you are put it. And why it's supposed to be opposite is that when you are working on software projects, most of the time, software projects usually
related to it. Software projects have so much of uncertainty. There's a particular assignment you want to carry out. You might think it will take you 10 hours. It might take 20 hours. You understand? And that's the reason why you can't easily use predictive for software development, because sometimes it's so difficult to quantify how long some things will take. There's so much of change involved. And it's just like design. A lot of things that are design based. You might do something today, it looks a particular way, and then by the time you show it to the person who owns it, he says that no, 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 no. Can you change this to this? Can you alter something? Can you, So that is why design-based kind of work usually, it might be difficult for you to 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 what's the word? Pin it down to some particular kind of time and date. That's why they say, okay, don't worry. We won't even try to say this is how it will go. Let's just try to flow with the tide. We have some rough estimates, but continue to change until we get what we want. That's for Agile. The explanation you gave, Mr. Victor, is largely for predictive or plan-based, like construction. So, Mr. Victor, now give your argument again. Let's now see how it fits into plan-based projects. That is predictive projects.
Hello, Mr. Victor.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I said we should your justification. You mind sharing it again? This time, try to explain why construction projects are just predictive and plan-based.
Okay. Okay, I understand what you're now saying, right? Okay. that agile is more unpredictable, and so many other factors might come in between that changes that determine that demands evaluation, assessments, and delivery. But based on the output, so you keep on trying to come up with a lot of things in Agile. But for predictive now, because this involves construction, projects with many physical assets, repeats of similar and completed projects. Okay, so this one require plan driven, yeah, just like the word is there. So you can forecast that that's stage A, and the next one is stage B. The other one is stage C. So you can forecast and plan for the other stages. You can predict. I mean, from the word forecast now, you can predict and plan for the other stages, unlike agile usage in software and research, which, like, I think when they were developing COVID-19 after the outbreak of the pandemic, they kept on trying and trying and trying. So that is more like agile. They started trying it on different things until it was now approved. A lot of people said, okay, this works, that works. But once WHO tests it on and it's not meeting their standard, or it comes with several negative impacts, or let me say issues, then they knock it off. So people keep on trying until they now started accepting probably 3 or 4 acceptable products. So which is more of like agile, but that of using methodology for construction, for projects in physical assets, and for completed projects, they are already written: how to build a house, how to build a bridge or construct a bridge, how to create a dam, how to make a highway, how to construct a highway, and all those. There are certain things that we are meant to do, and they're already listed. That once you do this stage, you can't make a roof.
It is the summary of the whole thing is that it is easy to do. It's easy to do end-to-end prediction. Yes, it's clear. It's easy and it's clearer to do than in some of the other areas. Physical assets. Like you are saying, you want to do a road construction. It's easy. People have been doing these things. It's easy for you to say, this is what I need. Step 1, I need this. Step 2, I need this. Step 3, I need this. Up to step Z, the final step. It's easy for you to say 1, 2, 3, 4. You can easily picture what you need from start to finish. So that's why it's easy to do a plan. That's why it's called predictive. So thank you very much, Mr. Victor. Then under iterative, you have projects where learning and correction is expected to eventually reach the ideal solution. So the example you gave for that vaccine development, that one seems to be more of iterative. They keep learning and developing, and refining until they come up with the ideal solution. Then incremental, where customers or business want once, or they expect to see outputs or partial outputs early and often. Note that word. They want to see outputs
often. So an example of this is that bridge example I gave you. I'm sorry, that's what's the word? That estates, in which we said that you are not waiting to complete all the estate. You are moving house by house, incremental.
very often in small increments. Then you now have the hybrid. Okay. So at this point, we have come to the end of that. Madam Asiat, are you there? Hello, Madam Asiat. Have we lost you to network news? Child. Mr. Victor, that's not only you are common.
Yeah, I'm here.
Madam,
I'm here.
What's the, oh God, I wish we had time. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. to know you're around.
Yeah, I'm here.
So, Madam Asiat, what is the name of task you just finished?
What?
What is the name of the task we just finished?
Is it starting the project?
Start a task?
Right.
Is that the topic that we just finished?
The topic.
The name that we just finished. Yeah, anybody. What is the name of the project you just finished? The task you just finished.
Is it project methodologies, method and practices?
Determine appropriate
what?
project methodology.
Project methodologies, method and practices.
Which one is method and practices again?
Is to determine.
Method and practices.
Is to determine appropriate project methodology.
Yes, appropriate project methodology, method and practices. Correct. Correct. Okay. Okay. We have a few minutes left. Let's just quickly do a quick class quiz. Madam Asiat. Madam Asiat.
Yes, I'm here.
Me, please go to the quiz at the end of this. Please go to the quiz at the end of this topic. I want you to answer question. Okay. Read out question 2 to 1 quickly, please.
1 second. Okay. I'm trying to get to that. So just give me 1 second.
Mr. Victor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Can you read that question 6 to us?
I'm trying to see what where she got the task, but it's fine then.
I'm almost there. Just give me 1 second.
We are quickly.
Okay. You said I should read question. That's under the negotiating project agreement, right?
Ibo. Hey, Damike. Which one negotiating project agreement?
Oh, yeah. Must jump. I'm happy.
Jump only. Jump. Mr. Victor, are you ready? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm trying to look for the whatever.
Madam Asia, you don't even know the task and the topic you are discussing.
I know the topic. I'm trying to open it on my.
Is it the question 6, right?
You are asked to advise on a project to update all the bathrooms in a 3-story office building with new high-tech and water-efficient equipment. Which life cycle type makes the most sense for the project? Predictive life cycle, incremental life cycle.
Question what?
Question 6.
Okay. Yes. Oh yeah. Answer.
Okay. Predictive life cycle, incremental life cycle, iterative and adaptive life cycle. I think incremental life cycle.
Why?
Because the deliverable is already defined up front. and develop with the exact detail that they want.
Sorry, I missed that.
Hello?
So, I'm listening.
I said I think incremental life cycle.
Hello, I missed it.
Okay,
Why?
I said I think because the deliverable has already been specified and the detail of what they want exactly has been defined at the beginning of this project, where they say they want you to put a new high-tech
Okay.
water efficient equipment.
Okay. So, tell us about incremental and why you think it fits this kind of project description.
That's what I'm saying.
So, you have given us a description of the project. You
Yes,
understand? And you have chosen. Okay.
I said because
I'm listening.
what they want exactly has been defined up front. They have told us that they want us to fix a new high-tech.
Okay. So, what you're saying is, okay, if what they want has been described up front, it means we should use incremental. Is that correct?
In my own opinion.
Can I give it a try?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please proceed. Let's hear another perspective.
Okay, I think it should be iterative life cycle because we are working on all the bathrooms in the office and we need to be doing the work stage one at a time so that the staff member, the staff will be able to, if we are working on one bathroom, they will be able to use the other one. Then when we finish that one, we move to the next one.
Interesting. Mr. Victor, let me hear your own perspective. I know you give me another one entirely. Yeah, Jagbo.
A perspective about the question. I don't get. I've been a little bit distracted.
Oh,
Sorry?
okay. Anyway, let me throw in my own thought.
I was a bit
You see,
distracted.
when you want to answer questions, Madam Masiat, hey,
Yes.
your own study was very, very clear. You don't bring in your own thinking into a question. You don't give them a justification that did not tell you. You only work with the information given to you.
Okay.
Don't add your own information to the question. Because the information you could be adding to the question can be fundamentally change the direction of the question. For example, the justification you added to the question will change the answer to the answer you chose. But that justification did not come from the question. So who begged you to add that justification? That to the question. That because they're able to that they can be using one while they are busy and that. I know they can add this in my question. Say
No, I'm just like, I don't know how to explain it. So I gave an example.
So because they didn't tell us that need, you understand that they need, if they had just added a clause to the question saying they need the project to finish on time, or at least make one bathroom ready at the fastest possible time, that will change the direction of the answer. But they didn't tell us. You understand? They didn't tell us, and we're not supposed to make assumptions. If you look at the question says you are asked to advise. There's a particular project. You want to upgrade bathrooms in a building. You want to upgrade bathrooms in a building. What does this mean to upgrade bathrooms in a building? Don't forget that what will determine, Madam Asat, are you following?
Yes,
Madam Obalade, are you following?
I'm here.
What will determine the kind of project you will, or the kind of project nature that you will suggest, is the nature of the project itself. Now, Madam Afia, what are the things we want to look for in the nature of the project itself? What are those things we want to look out for, Madam Afia?
The things I want to look out in the project. Look out for.
In a project, before you can know whether it should be predictive or something in the direction of agile. What are those things you want to look out for?
I don't understand. I don't know.
Okay. Now, what you want to look out for on a project is to ask yourself, okay, this project, is this something that I can easily forecast the end-to-end need of the project? Is it a project that is susceptible to a lot of change? I'm just giving you two of the answers to the question. To the question I asked you. If they give you a project and you look at that project and you see that it's not a project that is likely to be subjected to a lot of changes as you are proceeding on the project, that gives you an idea that it is a project more to the direction of predictive. You look at the project again, you look at this project, a lot of things it's easy for you to chart a start to end and end to end flow for the project. A lot of things are unambiguous. You want to upgrade the bathroom. What are you doing there? Oh yeah, you want to change the tiles. Oh yeah, you want to change the tap. Oh yeah, you want to change the water clinical. You want to install warmer, abikiloje water heater. You want to put shower curtain. You want to change the bulb. As in, it's easy to see end to end. That's what makes it predictive. But if it to be something that you can only see in front of the curtain, you can't see behind the curtain. So many things are ambiguous, so many things are unclear, so many things could change. Then you should be looking in the direction of agile. Madam Asia, can you repeat what I have just said?
You said we should look out for if the project is ambiguous, then we'll be able to determine if we use agile.
Okay, that's not the only thing I said. I said many things. Tell me more about what I said.
Yeah, you said we should also look at for if the project is susceptible to change, and we should look at all the things we need to do on that project.
Okay.
And especially this type of example that we're working on the bathroom, we look at all the things we need to change, the tap, the warmer, the heater, whatever thing. That we look at all the details so that we'll be able to determine what type of cycle we use, right?
Okay. So using that justification, what would you regard as? Would you want to change your answer for this question?
So looking at all these things you said,
Asia, are you there?
yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? So
Yes,
after
I can
looking
hear you.
at yes, they said I should update all the bathroom in a 3-story office building. So I'll take a look at all these details that you said, like what you suggested, what I need to change, and I think I'm still going with iterative.
Why? Why? Explain.
I will look at what needs to be changed. I don't know how many bathrooms they might have there. So it depends on what I need to do, what I need to update. Then I'll be able to work on one bathroom at a time. Then fix all the things or update all the necessary things I want to do there, then move to the next.
Okay. Madam Mama Bolade, based on the discussion we just had, would you modify your response?
No, I will not.
You also would not.
No.
But here, that some of you cannot be correct at the same time. So automatically means one of you is wrong. At least one of you is wrong.
Okay, so who is wrong, please?
Tell us now. Or we can use agile. Both of us might be correct by using agile, right? So
Both of you are wrong.
okay, tell us the answer now.
No, the answer is not what is important. The answer is why are you wrong? You need to understand why
Okay,
you are
why?
wrong.
Why?
I gave you one and you did not follow the principle. I said any project can be done in any methodology. Madam Asia, please repeat what I just said. Any project can be done in any
can be
methodology.
done in any methodology.
Yes.
Right?
What will determine the methodology to use are the details of the project. What will determine the methodology to use are the details of the
Details of the project, yeah?
Now, remember those two principles. Any project can be done in any methodology.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? It's not like a particular methodology is reserved for some particular kinds of projects. You understand? Anyone can be done in any way. These projects you are looking at here, Madam Afia, Madam Bolade, these projects can be done in predictive, it can be done in incremental, it can be done in iterative. You understand? So, what will now determine the one you use is that you know the characteristics of predictive projects, you know the characteristics of iterative projects, you know the characteristics of incremental projects or adaptive projects. You now say, out of the characteristics, which one does the question suggest? Or which one does the question allude? Or which one does the question specify? You understand?
Yeah.
So the question I will ask you, Madam Asias, is that from the characteristics of iterative, which one can you see it explicit in the question? That it bears the characteristics of iterative.
Okay.
Do you understand my question?
Yes. You said from the characteristics of all
Yeah,
these
what is the characteristic of
cycles.
iterative that you can see here?
What?
I'm listening. I'm with you.
What was your last question?
I said, based on the characteristics of
supposed to determine what does what based on. Now, look at this question. You said it's incremental. What did you see about this project that made you see incremental?
Have you gotten there?
I didn't say it.
Have you gotten there?
I said it's iterative.
Okay.
Eh?
Mr. Bakari,
I said it's
Sorry, I said
iterative
it's
cycle.
iterative. What did you see about it? And what did you see about it? Tell me, point at some keywords from the question that gave you the impression that it has a characteristic.
I'll give you one. I've not seen any
So I'll be able to I'll be able to analyze what I need to change and make estimates of what to be done to update the bathroom. And to make it functional.
Because of time, The key point I want you to note here. Yes. The key point I want you to note now. The answer is predictive.
What?
And I said the answer is predictive.
Predictive. Okay.
Yes. The reason why it is predictive is that any project that you do not see any sign that that project has reasons to be subjected to a lot of change, automatically goes more in the line of predictive. Because don't forget, you have predictive, you have adaptive. What is the meaning of adaptive? It means it is adapting to all the possible changes that will be coming. That's one. Then two, changes will be coming because you cannot clearly chart a path from beginning to the end because some things are unclear. Are you listening, Madam Omobolade? You can't chart a clear path from beginning to the end because some things are unclear. That's why they are now saying, don't bother charting a clear path from beginning to the end. Only chart a step at a time because you don't even have knowledge to chart from beginning to the end. That's why you now have incremental in the sense that don't chart beginning to the end. Be proceeding in small increments. That's why you have iterative, saying don't chart from beginning to the end. Continue to refine the same product until you get it perfect. But in this question now, there's nothing here giving us any sign that there's some ambiguity somewhere. There's nothing here giving us any sign that the project will be susceptible to a lot of change. And this project is a construction project. There's nothing here telling us that we don't have clarity about how to carry out all our work. If there had been a clause in this question, saying that, okay, now, Madam Omobolade, let me give you a test. What kind of clause would have been part of this question that would have made us pick incremental?
Maybe you specify a duration.
Maybe
if they specify the duration.
Duration. Don't forget characteristics of incremental. What could make this thing go incremental? What could make this thing go adaptive in the first place? You know, it will first be adaptive. Then under adaptive, you cannot be incremental or iterative. What can even make it go adaptive in the first place is that if they tell you that there are some uncertainty. Okay, they said you want to upgrade bathroom in this place with high-tech water equipment, with new high-tech and water-efficient equipment. Okay. They are now saying that as part of deploying this equipment, it is still based on they are awaiting the like they have like 6 different installations they want to do, and other installations after carrying out the first. Let's say the place is built into 3 phases, and they are now saying the second phase might not necessarily be the second round of installations will not necessarily be exactly as the first round, because the second round is waiting for the conclusion of a particular research to know if it's the best equipment to use. That one is already telling you that the second phase of the installation is waiting for you to have some clarity. Okay, should we use method A or use method B. That one, you can no longer be predictive because you have some uncertainty. Because to some extent, there's some change. You have a lot of change that could come, that could change how you want to do. But in this question, there's nothing telling us about anything that's changing. You understand? In this question, there's nothing giving us any idea that you have some uncertainty. There's not giving us any idea that there's so much of change being anticipated. The fact that you're anticipating so much change automatically tells you that you are less predictive and largely adaptive. Now, the way in which the change will now come is what will now determine whether it will be incremental or iterative. The way in which you now carry out projects, whether you are working like what Madam Asiat said. Okay, let me go to Madam Asiat. If a clause had been in the question to say there is a rush to ensure that at least one bathroom is usable at any point in time, then I can say, okay, maybe what they want us to do is that don't finish all the bathrooms at once. Make sure you finish one bathroom at a time. Then you move on to the next bathroom. Then you move on to the next bathroom. That can now tell us that they want us to use incremental. And I'm asking, are you there? If they had added a clause there to say to finish one bathroom, because of the fact that people in the building need to have a bathroom to use, it is important that at least one bathroom should be finished on time. So what that means is that you have knocked out utility. You are now using incremental. Don't forget, what is the characteristic of incremental that makes it fit this description? The characteristics is that incremental gives you frequent improvement. It's giving you results fast. It's giving you results in multiple versions. Take version 1 of the result. Take version 2 of the result. Take version 3 of the result. You are getting multiple results as a result of the fact that you are producing something rapidly. So if rapid production of results is a key requirement, automatically you know that you are going for incremental. If there's no rapid production, nothing in the question tells us that they cannot wait till the end of the project to finish all the bathrooms at the same time. Then incremental cannot be an answer. The point I'm trying to raise here is that you determine the right methodology based on the characteristics of the project. You now look at the characteristics of the project. You now say which of the life cycles fit this characteristic. If it's a particular characteristic of the project saying they want to get results very, very fast, which one fits that? Incremental. If they are saying they're not in a hurry, they can wait for you to finish everything before they see anything. That gives you an idea that this is looking in the direction of predictive. If they are giving you a project and you look at the characteristics of the project and they're already telling you that, oh my God, that so much will be changing in the project, that automatically knocks out predictive. Then the next thing you want to do is look for the characteristics again to say which type of adaptive is it. Will it be incremental or will it be iterative? Madam Obolade, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
Madam Asiat, I don't know. Are you following? Can you hear what I've been saying? So Yein Abekon, so yes.
Yeah, I now realize that even the iterative I was even talking about is the explanation of incremental you just gave.
Of incremental, correct.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's a good sign that you have seen this yourself. It means you now understand.
Yeah.
Anytime you hear incremental, frequent, they want to show us something, even if you have not completed, even if you have not finished, show us something. We need something to use now. Incremental. Show us something. Don't worry. After you have shown us, you can continue to come and show us another thing later that you have improved upon. Incremental. Iterative is saying continue to refine the same thing. Such that you might not necessarily show us something for some time. Continue to get it better. You get. Predictive says you might not even need to. You don't even need to show us anything till the end. Chama balo. Understand? So thank you very much. At this time, at this point, we have come to the end of today's class. Tomorrow, we'll start from plan and manage scope. Please, for you to enjoy tomorrow's class, it is important for you to have watched scope management in the LMS. Madam Omobolade, have you watched scope management in the LMS?
Yes, I'm on.
You have watched scope management.
Scope management.
Okay, so do you know the meaning of WBS? What is the meaning of WBS?
Work breakdown structure. Work breakdown structure.
Beautiful. When you say scope baseline, what's the meaning of scope baseline?
I've not done the video in total. Go do test for me, yes, please.
Okay. That's fine. Madam Asiat, what is scope baseline?
Scope baseline is I don't know what to explain.
Anyway, the most important thing is
but it's
revise
the team
your
members.
Don't worry. Shall go and revise. Huh? So we see tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
So
have a nice day.
What is LMS?
What
is LMS?
Learning management system now. Those videos that you are watching.
Is it the module? On which number are we now?
Yes, now module 1, module 2.
Are we supposed to? Which module are we supposed to?
Well, I don't know the number you are in, but I just know that you should have watched scope management. That's what I'm saying. So go and revise it for tomorrow's class, scope management. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.